Hey, the wham bam, we're back. So just save this, check in. And rebake that. Well, I guess we have to bind it to the terrain as well. Okay, there we go. Well. So today I'm gonna be trying to add cars, car traffic specifically. I have no idea where to start. Well, I do have some idea. Basically, what I know. Yeah, I can show you this. So, oh wow, that looks awesome. The crosswalks are kind of scuffed sometimes. Like, look at this. The flip. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to edit mode there. Yeah, okay. The crosswalks are big. I mean, again, like all of this stuff is not final. Like this is literally just a testing level. Nothing. The houses are the wrong size. The sidewalks are the wrong size. The roads are the wrong size. It's all like, I don't care about the size of anything right now. I'm just caring about, can the NPCs walk on the sidewalks? Can they do the turns? Like there are way too many sidewalks too. There are like all kinds of things that aren't right. I think it was Shift R. Yeah. We could do that. I think that's fine. But yeah, the way the road network algorithm works is that it spaces out sidewalks at a set interval. But I wonder if there's, yeah, weaken's been good. Weaken's been good. I wonder if there is some sort of way to manually place the sidewalks. But I mean, I could manually adjust this now because it is kind of grating on the eyes. I think the thing is I have the sidewalks or crosswalks on set on enabled on all crossings, I think. So like here, crosswalk, which is active. I wonder if it's like per, yeah, here. But that's default road. Yeah, okay. I mean, the problem whenever you're working on a game and you're working on it from scratch, people are gonna see stuff that is like obviously in progress and assume that, hey, this is like an error that you didn't think about that you have to fix right now. When in reality, it's something that I'm very much aware of, but I know that it doesn't like affect anything. But sometimes it's just better to fix those errors because it's going to be something that people are going to complain about either way, as long as they're looking at it and they're like, oh, you should really fix those crosswalks. There's too many of them. So then sometimes it's just better to do that. But I wonder, like road one with sidewalk. Is it here? Road type editor, sidewalks, crosswalks at intersections. There. So if I update scene instances, that would remove them at the intersections. Which in this case removes the potential to cross at many different spaces because of the way that they're spaced out, right? But then we could do like, I wonder, so maybe we could do road with sidewalk. Because then we could duplicate road type. Road with sidewalk plus crossing. And this would be that. And then we could look at this road. Oh, you could even do how do I update the scene instances? Update road. That not it, no. Yeah, I mean, there's something freaky there. Like if you don't plan for the crossing. Like it becomes kind of... I mean, I think it's part of it is like, this is... road with sidewalk. And then it just freaks out. Like it doesn't even know. Yeah, we can just reload that. I wonder, like, could we selectively toggle the crossings on the... That's what I want to know. Like here, if I were to say on this crossing, for example, so we add the road with sidewalk. Plus crossing. Okay. And then we click on this one, road with sidewalk plus crossing. Okay. That's this one. And then with the plus crossing, we would say for this one, don't do crossings at intersections. Okay. So we could do that. We just don't update it on the crossing itself. But still, it would introduce this line because they're not merging in the same way. But still, I think that could be fine. I mean, technically though, like what would make more sense here is not having lines freaking there. I don't know, man. Sorry, getting a phone call. Okay, sorry. We can add 2 T intersections there, and it should. It is kind of wonky, this road building thing, but at the same time, I don't know. Oh, you can just attach like that. Ooh, yeah, that's kind of. Plans for today, I'm gonna try to make like driving AI, or at least start learning about it, because it's something I've never ever done before. What's the plan for your day? Hey, yo. 1 second. Let's see. I don't know how to like force update the road. When you'll be able to playtest? I'm not sure yet. I am not sure yet.
This is Mr. Penguin. Is depressed.
Brewy_ not just subscribed. You should
Oh,
rush
wow.
the game.
Yeah, maybe I should. Maybe that's a good idea, actually. Yeah, it's like two different roads. Wait, what the frick? Basically, I mean, I think... So here's the thing, like, I could playtest right now. I could. But then the sort of question to me is, like, what would be the point? What would we be testing? And I don't think we'd be testing anything at this point that we don't already have in Penguin Heist. Yeah, well, that's not really something to test per se. Like, what I need to test, right, is when I've actually added the systems for 1 second. It's when I add the systems for, like, being able to buy guns, being able to I don't know, buy property, stuff like that. That's stuff that I think is worth testing. Like, whether or not the car AI works is something I can sort of just see for myself, right? Kind of obvious when something like that is or isn't working. Yeah, well, I mean, there are these cars, right? But I'm gonna remake the entire car thing. But the priority right now is not having player cars or remaking the car driving model. It's getting the foundational systems up, because the again, like I described it earlier, the game loop for the game is essentially work whatever as a criminal or a normal job. I know you hate the J word. Earn money, do upgrades, and then spend that on guns, items, and housing and vehicles. So if I can get you to buy that stuff, then that's solid, and I can just work from there. And that means like reworking the car driving system, reworking freaking new helicopters or airplanes or whatever. Like I can do anything at that point. Freaking Pepsi, you're going insane. I'm trying to, much more than in Penguin Heist, like prioritize what makes this game, and really try to nail that, as opposed to rush in a bunch of random mechanics, you know? Ah, shit. Pepsi, what? I think C. Pepsi is what to say about him. Like I don't get why this country road, for example, here has sidewalks. I genuinely have no clue what the frick is going on here? Sorry, I can't have you here. No, it's not like I made it like that. It's a bit more complicated. It's a semi-procedural system, so it's not entirely logical all the time. Not AI, it's the intent of this system is to procedurally generate roads or road connections based on instructions. So like I click and drag and make new roads and connections, and then based on sort of instructions that I give it, it's like, okay, here I should generate a sidewalk, here I shouldn't. But then sometimes those instructions don't seem to matter to it, and it just sort of just ignores everything I've told it, or doesn't update when I tell it to update. Yeah, we'll just leave it like this, because the thing is, the reason I need this to be okay is because otherwise I can't freaking work on that. But like look at this shit. Like what is this? How does this even happen? So here, for example, like I have to remove this, and then I have to add yeah. This Easy Roads 3D, I think I used this for my first game I ever made, which was another penguin game actually. We called it what do we call it? I think we call it Panguino. Yeah, we call it Panguino. Panguino Shooter. That was the name of it, Panguino Shooter. It was one of the first games we ever made. It was multiplayer. It was back when like DayZ and those games were popular, and it was like a multiplayer penguin shooter, and it had cars. You drive around in this open world and shoot zombie penguins, but we couldn't code multiplayer, and so the game sucked ass. It was like a first-person penguin game, Panguino Shooter. But we used Easy Roads 3D. I don't know when it was released first, but obviously way before AI. I don't know if you can see like the original release date of Easy Roads. I mean, this is version 3, which is... I have no clue when it first released, but it was at least before 2010. That much I know. Yeah, Penguino shooter. So we even had the word Penguino way before Penguinized. I don't know if you find anything when you search Penguino shooter. Probably not. No, I don't know. I don't think we put anything up about it online. It's literally just a game we had in Unity. Like what? What? What even is this? It's like generating a crosswalk inside the crossing. Yeah, these crossing are a bit of a struggle. What even is this, dude? Okay. Okay, so part of the issue might be then that if you have a T crossing, and right, okay. Well, that's interesting then. It's just hard for it to mix and match, I guess, different road types or something. Specifically with crossings. Which, you know, fair enough. But I guess here there's no issue because it's... Yeah, I guess if they're on the same line, it has to have the same rules, but crossing... Okay.
The richest penguin on this side of the equator.
Oh, thank you.
Varia cheered 20 bits.
20 bits. I'm rich. Flex connector. And yeah, you see there it screws up because it's different road types. And these are coming at each other. Okay. Well, then we can try to debug this, right? So the assumption is that if they are identical roads, they can come at each other. in identical ways, right? So if this is a country road and this is a country road, then we can do a road type, not road type here. We can add a T crossing. So these two should connect like so. And then another T crossing where these two should connect like so. So they should go like that, like this, and like this. Here, here, here. So technically this should be okay. Yeah, that worked. And it sort of worked. This one, for whatever reason, is not. Huh? They're like a weird country road setting. Still don't understand why. We'll save this, but is there like a setting for the country road that's like oh, is because it's crosswalks at intersections? No? Okay. Yeah, I don't understand why the country road goes into Like this is set to not be a primary section. And then it just diverges into this. Hmm. Let's see here. Selected node, node 1. I mean, maybe we just change the country road into the secondary road then. Okay. This is fine. So we'll just start here, and we're gonna see sort of what we can make of this. So we will synchronize this. And basically, so you see here, there's AI traffic. Generate lane data on roads and crossings according to the lane info of the involved road types. Active. Only create lane data when roads are active. Connect the matching lane object. Other. Okay. How do we use this? Let's look at the documentation. Seems like it's not showing up. We'll see here. Easy roads 3D. What is it? AI traffic. What is next? Wait, general setting display. So can it not? I don't know, I'll just connect a bunch of roads randomly. Who cares? But like, yes or something? I don't know. I'm getting a phone call. One second. Hey. Like, is that lane data? Or what? Wait, maybe I have to like build terrain or something? Is it finalized for runtime AI? Is that it? With this one? No.
Easy tracking system. Now to you click on A, use the first, increase it to 20. Change out size to 20.
How do... I don't know. We'll just try to see what happens if we finalize for runtime AI. But check in this as is. For runtime AI, the terrain will not be adjusted. This option is also for the build terrain. Like what is this? Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna just Hmm. So how exactly does this AI traffic work? Like it's saying, you know, click here and you will see the info, but it's not. Here, traffic system. Wait, that's someone else's traffic system though. Or? There it's saying something. Yeah. Wait, so it's only when you yeah, here it's saying display lane data. Road with sidewalk has no lane info available. Okay. So we can go into road types, road with sidewalk, lane info, lane count, 2 lanes. Or is it 1 lane? It's 1 lane, right? I mean, it is 2 lanes. I mean, would you say this is a 1 lane road or a 2 lane road? I mean, it's 2 ways. But it's 1 lane technically. I mean, we'll call it a 1 lane road. I don't know. And now here it would say, 1 second. All right. Let's see. Know what the frick is happening there? Okay. Right. So settings, road with sidewalk. Update scene instances. I don't know. Like why would it not have here it is displaying some lane data, but that again, that's showing, so it should be a 2-lane, I guess. Right? Because that's what it is, 2 lanes. Mm-hmm. Update scene instances. There we go. See? Now you have the generated turning nodes. And same should go for then if I click on this road here, I guess. I guess it doesn't show the... I mean, there it's showing the lane data. But how do I get the lane data overall? I mean, there is lane info, right? Oh, okay, wait. It is showing lane data. Yeah. There it's going that way. And this way. Now, how do I get access to this lane data? There. Okay. The simple road network in the AI traffic scene. So let's check out the AI traffic scene if we have it. Is it probably in the packages here? E0. Okay, one second. I'm just gonna hide that so I can... EC road. Wait, is there like a Discord I could join for this? Oh, okay. I wonder if they have like a bot answering the emails for that. That would be nice. But I doubt it. Anyway, we'll just have to figure it out on our own, I guess. PC roads AI. I just need to know, like, I mean, this guy did it with. It was this post, right? No. Yeah, this guy. Well, I don't know, like, is it the ER modular base that would have the traffic data then, or what? We'll just make a new script and call it traffic data, traffic manager or something. Traffic folder, and then traffic manager. Public ER modular base, road network, to void start, and we'll see here if we can get like any traffic data from this. Yeah, there's no lane data. Would it be ER crossing? Maybe there's like a EC road documentation. There's the manual, but I want like proper documentation. Well, we could try to see what at least this guy did. Getting system ERD traffic system here. Road entities. Road details. Get component data from road details. Is road details specified? Easy road components. Oh, hello, Prosto. popcorn outfit? No, just the corn one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like the flow of traffic is completely random. There, Easy Road scripting API. The Easy Road network. Would that one have? Okay. Let's see here. So we have the road network. On road update. Build, center pivot points, connect roads. Create road. Finalists, get connection by name, get connections. That would get all the connections. One second. Maybe we need to look at like EC road and connection. Maybe that's the two. You have the road and the connection. So we look at the road. I wonder, like, EC road. Like, if we do road, like, there's no get lane data, right? Okay, and get lane data for lane index. Okay. Direction and connectors. Points would be all the points existing on the lane. Like the thing is though, like I could do this, but then it sounds like the EC road people have already done it, right? And then, so there's connectors. And if we look at like the 0th connector, dot connector end, lane direction, connector start. Yeah, like this is pretty much irrelevant to implement. Like it's way too much fiddling if it's already been implemented and I could just tweak it after the fact. Like considering the sort of demo scene they displayed. It would be fun to have access to that beta, dude. Yeah. But we could just leave it as it is for now then. So while we're waiting for the beta version, we can tinker with the buying of weapons, I think.
This is Mr. Penguin. Is the
Oh, thank
best.
you.
Agent Sausage _ just subscribe.
Thank you for subscribing, Agent Sausage. Quiet stream? Ah, just chill. I never come into any stream with any expectations as to how it's supposed to be or how it will be. Let things happen. See, the problem is that if you want to cross, well, I guess you could go like that, but here you don't have any opportunity to cross, so maybe... Nice. Okay. A lot less sidewalk dense now. And you sort of have to imagine that I guess they could cross at some points. But like here, for example, would make sense to have a sidewalk road. We'll see if it looks okay. Yeah, not quite there, but I think if we set it like that. Man, everything I try in model is so like not good for optimization, but I don't know how to lower the try count without it becoming a blocky looking. I assume you're using a lot of subdivision surfaces. That would be my guess. Is that correct? Yeah, don't use subdivision surface. That should be your first rule. Don't use that. And the reason for that is subdivision surfaces inherently act as sort of like a cheat, right? You don't end up making good looking geometry. What instead you should do is make geometry that is gripping without the subdivision surface. Well, so here's, yeah, big faces is what you want, right? But what you can do is, I can show you. You can round off corners. Oh, see you later, Birdball. You can round off corners without using a subdivision surface and without making it completely smoothed around. So there's two things that I would say are like the hack. So if you have this cube here, and we're gonna turn this into, I don't know, a freaking ice cream-ish cone, okay? So first we start with like a cone vibe, okay? Okay, a couple of tools I'm gonna show you here. So we wanna make a cone out of this, okay? So we can start using Control R, which is a controlled split of a face. Control plus R, like a ring cut, right? Loop cut. So that's a controlled cutting and shaving sort of faces. So then we scale these out, okay? So we do a scale out of these. Well, we could do just select these. And we can just scale these out sort of along the axis, which is also scale, and then select the axis you want to scale out along. Okay, now we have a bit of a cone shape. Move this down. Okay, we have a bit of a cone shape there. Not the nicest, but again, that doesn't really matter. We can do some cuts here to make sure these faces are triangles and not these weird, oddly shaped polygons. There we go. And the last one here. Okay, sorry. So now we have this generic cone shape, right? Okay. We can pull this down a bit more. There we go. Looking like a cone. And then what do we do then? Well, we want to have a sort of ice cream shape on it. Well, we can do this. We could use inset face. Okay, now we get that cone rim. And then to make a sphere out of this, well, we don't use the subdivision modifier. We just extrude slowly and surely. And we scale. Okay. And you're like, well, this looks hella blocky. And yes, it does. But that doesn't have to be a bad thing, because what can we do? Well, we define what things do we want to look blocky and what things are okay to have sort of flat faces on. Well, the cone can be kind of flat on its face, that's fine. But this we want to be rounded. So we access the smooth shading modifier. Shade smooth. Bam, now it's rounded. So now we're leveraging smooth shading, which is a shading technique that renders as many faces as before. It's still rendering these faces. It's the same amount of faces. It's just applying, like, it's smoothing out the transition between the normals. So I think if you look at, well, I guess I could do a paint idea of it. So the idea with smooth shading is yeah, you shouldn't do that. You could do that, and there are reasons when you want to do that. There are cases when you want to do that, but you shouldn't do that, because it's just going to tank your performance. But basically, like, if you look at 3D rendering, it's basically the idea when it comes to models is that you have a light source, right? This is a light source. And then you have the sort of eye, which is the observer, whether that's a camera or whatever. And light hits the surface and bounces off the surface, right? So when you have a corner like this, well, it's always going to bounce off flat, right? So the surface is going to appear flat. But some mathematicians figured out that we could look at sort of the average. If we know that this point exists, and this point exists, and this point exists, we can look at sort of the average between these points and make like an approximate rounding off, basically, right? Which means that no longer does it appear flat, but it appears sort of shaded roundly, depending on these math tricks they're using. But again, the underlying rendering is just for these two faces, right? It's just doing some math tricks to do like averages during runtime using smooth shading, as it's called. But then also, so we have this, but then you're like, but these corners here are kind of sharp. Do I use the smooth shading on these or something? Well, no, you can just add a couple extra faces of detail using a tool, and you're going to use this a lot, and you should use this a lot. It's called the bevel tool. So you can use Control B, or just remember the word bevel and just search it up here. You press space and you search, but you can do Control B, bevel, you see? So bevel can be used to round off sharp edges, and you're left with two still sharp edges, but significantly less sharp, right? So the bevel would modify this geometry into this geometry, right? So this would be the resulting geometry of a bevel. So you're cutting off this sharp angle and switching it out for two significantly less sharp angles, and providing this appearance of roundness. And there you have it, like an ice cream cone that looks completely serviceable. And keep in mind, once again, that this is how it looks without textures. The moment you put textures on this, it's going to be negligible. And then further, keep in mind, what size is this geometry even going to be in your scene? If it's an ice cream, you don't even need the bevel, because the player's never going to be close enough to the ice cream to even see this in the first place. But then maybe your ice cream is like, I don't know, a statue or something, well, then you want to have high detail. So then maybe you want to like further bevel or whatever. Or maybe you want to do like smooth shading, or maybe you want to use a cylinder to simulate the cone. It's all like, think of what's the cheapest way to do this and go that route. Don't think of what's the nicest looking way until the nicest looking way becomes relevant. But bevel, smooth shading, inset, those are like key things. Extruding, so this, I would say duplicating. So let's say we want to make like a stacked ice cream. Well, in that case, you can just duplicate Shift D. So now this is a duplicate face, and then we can just extrude from that. And now we have like a stacked ice cream. See? But then also, if you want to go really, you know, crazy with it, you'd be like, well, the player never sees these faces, so these faces we can actually just delete. And the same with maybe even these faces, you know, like let's just delete these as well. And then we're left with this. And we can, oh, sorry, I guess we deleted a bit too much there, but you get the idea. Like, if we leave these behind and just think about what the player even can see, right? You don't need every single face all the time. So delete the obscured faces. Don't touch these modifiers. You don't need them. Any of these modifiers, you don't need them. The only time I would use a modifier, I've used subdivision surfaces to make caves, and in that case they're quite handy, so I could show you that also. So if we do a we add this cube here, right? And then we're like, move this. Okay, so we have this little corridor section here. And we were like, okay, well, we want this more complex geometry and we want it to be sort of global for the entire thing. I don't know why my Blender froze just now, but like sometimes you can be sort of like a painter, you know, you make like these broad brush strokes, but instead of going in and filling in every single detail manually, I don't know why it's frozen. I guess crashed. I was doing too much. I could just start up again. Then you can let the modifiers fill in the rest, right? And it can apply this global modification. So here, and then we go into modifiers and we do the edit deform, and we do the, not deform, is it? The generate, yeah, subdivision. So you see, now it's applied this sort of tunnel-ish look, but then we want to further do things to it globally. So, you know, oh, 1 second. So, I mean, at this point, you could add deform, and you could do like displace, and then you could displace that according to a random texture. So we can go in here and we can set this texture to be like noise, whatever. And then you see it's like shifting these things like a bit randomly now according to like a natural formed cave structure. So like global behavior, you could do the same thing if you want to do like a cloth or something, like a cloth laying down on a table. You could do like cloth simulation modifier, let that run, and then bake that into the model. You could do a bunch of things with modifiers, but for now you probably don't need them, so don't touch them. Learn to model before you learn to modify the model. But I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take a quick lunch. All right, I'm back. Let's see here. Eye of Ra. Dude, I just want... There we go. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, that's like way too many crosswalks. Flip. There, okay. So you could potentially disable. Okay, well, maybe we should just leave it at this, and then we'll just start with the implementation of buying weapons. So how do we start this? Well, we have to develop. Let's think about this. When it comes to weapons, right, in the game, we could do it a couple different ways. We could go inventory system. I'm thinking of like how I enjoy a limited inventory system. So like the inability to carry too many weapons at once. So like unlike Penguin Heist where you can carry freaking 8 items at once, we could do a slot based system. So let's say you can have you know, in here you could have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 slots. Okay. You get a gun, and that takes up 2 slots. Something. You get a shotgun, takes up 3 slots. You get a soda, takes up 1 slot. And then you have a freaking, I don't know, like SMG or something, takes up 2 slots. Like we could do that. That it's slot based. This would enforce a bit more player cooperation, because you'd want to be like, okay, well, I can go heavy, so I could bring like, you know, I'm gonna bring maybe the shotgun. Again, we do another one of these slot systems here, and one guy, he's like, I'm gonna bring the shotgun. I'm gonna bring the bazooka. And I'm gonna bring friggin' C4 or something, right? Like you could imagine that. So that's also like, you know, I'm gonna go heavy, and you're gonna go friggin' light. And that sort of enforces a bit more strategy. But then you could have in your home, in your apartment, which would also be a benefit of owning an apartment, a weapon storage, right? But then the question becomes, when you die, would you lose your weapons? Is that fair? Is that unfair? Do we have any active listeners with any opinions or ideas? One second. Any opinions? Oh shit, maybe I don't. Yeah, I think I've been missing YouTube chats. Yeah, okay. I've been missing YouTube chats. Um, Dude, I just want to hide this. I don't know what, like... I feel like losing weapons on death would be too punishing. Losing ammo on death would probably be fine. I think that's probably generally more accepted. But we could also go the GTA route, which is if you pick up a weapon that you don't own, you get to keep it until you die. So you could potentially tag this as like owned. And then this could be like stolen, lost on death. You know, like you could do that. Like that's weird though. We have so many. Is there anyone on TikTok right now that can send a chat to see if it works? The chat box. I want to see if like chats appear or not. I could test it myself, I guess. Test. Yeah, it's not appearing there. Maybe I just need to restart it then. Okay, now it's working. Good, good. So then it wasn't working before. That's why the YouTube chats didn't show up. Because I had it activated, it just wasn't showing up. Okay. Well, in that case, TikTokers or YouTubers or anyone who's watching, what are your thoughts on in a sort of GTA online style game? How do you think ownership of weapons and buying weapons should work? To me, it makes sense that you go into a gun store and you buy a weapon, and you could imagine that you have a couple of slots in your inventory, right? And each weapon takes a certain amount of slots. And that would be sort of your inventory, right? And then on death, you wouldn't lose the weapon. You'd lose the ammo for the weapon. And likewise, if you stole a weapon, you would lose the weapon because you wouldn't own it technically, but you would still be able to have it in your inventory while you're alive. And maybe even stash it away in your base or something. Like maybe that could be a fun thing, but if you hold it and die while holding it, you would lose it. I could imagine that being a thing. But we could maybe just start with this. Now, thing is, because the way that slots, 1 second. Okay. The yeah, so it's gonna need to be a separate purchase system. Um Okay. Nice. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. I don't know why Enviro keeps crapping out like this. Turning like fog. Oh, that's horrendous. Wait, I want to just do something very silly. One second. Hey, what's a good one? Not impact, screw impact. Yeah, sure, we can work with this one. And then it's decimate. Okay. Penguin. Leaving a mark in the stream, yeah. Thanks for the mark. Eradicator. Dude, it crashes when I set a single material. Hey, yo, that's awesome. I love that. See? Going well, going well. Just had a little crash. I'm gonna set up a weapon system. I've been deliberating a bit how I want to set it up. Um, but I was gonna add just a silly little Penguin Springs sign.
Bro, why not said it feels so empty without Robber.
Feels so empty. Yeah, isn't it nice? You had asked me a couple of months ago, would I care if Robert left? I would probably have said yes. You ask me now, I don't give a hoot. Why? I mean, because he's done the freaking song and dance of leaving however many times now, and it's like, it's always the same thing. He's like, oh, I have to leave because, not because of the server, I just don't feel good in the server. And then he comes back and then he keeps sending me DMs asking, hey, what are people saying about me in the server? I'm like, Robert, dude, just join the server and you see for yourself. And then he joins the server and then rinse, repeat until eventually he leaves again. It's like the same thing over and over. And it's like, I just don't care anymore at this point. He does care. Yeah, he keeps saying that line, I don't care about getting hate, and then he literally leaves because I don't even know if that was it, what kickstarted it, but I asked him, if everyone here hated you, would you leave? And then he's like, well, I would. It's like, okay. A simple hypothetical. I don't know what I called, it's not like frame or something, right? Eggerson video? No. Yeah, I'm gonna just add this thing here and then I can take a look at the Eggerson. Yeah, I mean the backdrop doesn't make it pop, but I think that's fine. We'll just leave it like that for now. Okay, let's see. Is it in fan art? Wait, I'm just tapping to type out something here. Is any of the world you're making now going to be permanent? No. None of it. Zero. Zit. This is only a testing level to just get a vibe for what the game might be able to be. All right. Okay. Testing server. Not necessarily, no. I think I want to set up the I want to set up the freaking what's it called? Buying weapon shit. I don't know. It depends on how quickly I can get that up and running, but it might be complicated. We'll see. But we're gonna try check out this video and see how this is.
accept contactless.
Wait, is this like a cover of a video? Like, is this a video that already exists and you done the animation on top of it? So I get like the context. It's ass, no need to watch it. This is like a reinterpretation of an existing video. Or is this completely original? Okay, on a full music video. Okay.
Contactless only. But I only have cash. And wads of it. Let me take a look at this. It's no wonder this is going out of fashion. Everyone on the pictures is so drab. We need new people on the money. Cool people.
Like who?
How about me and my boys?
Oh yes, please.
We'll start with the 5. I'm thinking Duncan. Deadly on the Bulls green, light and soul of the party. I mean, he's absolutely off the chain. Look at him. Here he is holding 2 drinks. On the tenor, I'm thinking Martin. 63, Virgo, thrice married. He travels the world on business.
True.
He tells the longest stories. On the 20, forgive me, I'd like to throw my own hat in the ring. I'm tall, I'm reliable, and I'm okay at cooking.
Wait,
Hello,
wait,
Celine.
What about the 50, the big one?
You really have to ask. I'm saving the 50 for my best friend in the whole world. Egerson Keefe.
Wait, but he left after this. Hello, Celine.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's a video made Robert leave. Oh no, no! Oh no.
Egerson, it's me. Money needs a shake-up and I want to put you on the 50.
That's fine, but I've got one stipulation. You're not scaling me down.
I don't follow.
You're allowed to use my likeness, but I want to be actual size, full body.
I'm going to need a bigger wallet.
Yeah, whatever.
Look me in the eye and tell me Egerson shouldn't be on the 50.
Where is all my stuff?
Egerson, run!
I mean, I haven't seen the original Eggers and Kiwi. I just want to... And Penguin Robber. Yeah, Penguin Robber probably didn't even watch this. Like, what's the original Ergison? Eveny.
Life and soul of the party.
Does it show his Oh yeah. Yeah, it is quite accurate to the good one, good one. I like it. I like the little Penguin Springs money. Shut up, Not Bop. Hey yo, what's up, Not Bop? Oh my god. Yeah. Let's see. So, I was talking earlier when no one was here about the potential for how I want the weapon system to maybe look. So, in Penguin Heist, as you all know, there's like 8 slots. Each weapon takes 1 slot, and you select it on the heist. But the thing is, Penguin Springs is going to be a bit different, right? It's all about owning weapons in the world, buying weapons in the world, and using said weapons. Picking up weapons that are on the ground and so on. So my thinking goes, we should probably devise some rules for how we want weapons to work. And I was thinking we could do a system of inventory slots. So imagine this, right? Guns take up like 2 slots. You have 8 slots total. Guns take up 2 slots. Shotgun, you know, big guns or whatever, take up maybe 3 slots. Single-use items like sodas and stuff take up maybe 1 slot. Maybe an Uzi could take up 1 or maybe 2 or 3 slots, you know, whatever. But then there's like a difference between like what items you own and what items you have like found or stolen or whatever. So I could imagine that maybe you kill a police and you take his gun. You don't have a gun license. You haven't bought the gun, but you pick up his gun. And then what I would say is that if you die, you would lose that gun. You wouldn't have it anymore. It's lost. But if you own the weapon, you would respawn back with the weapon, but you would lose the ammo. Does this seem like a reasonable concept? So like more limited inventory than in Penguin Heist. So you don't carry around freaking 8 different weapons at a time. Bigger inventory, you think? It could be an upgrade as well. You know, you could start with a small inventory and then unlock, you know, a bigger inventory as you progress. But the reason I would sort of argue on behalf of a smaller inventory than in Penguin Heist is because it forces you a bit more to interact with the world. Because in Penguin Heist, like the thing is, once you are in the heist, you're in the heist. And then there's no going back after that. Like you can't access your weapons anymore until you're done with the heist. So Penguin Heist, you would go to lose items when you die. Should that be the default behavior, to lose items when you die? I mean, I would enjoy that more, but I don't know about other people. Is that the preferred way to have it? Morning, K-Man crafting. Yeah, maybe like, I mean, if we introduce like a bag system, if you get killed by someone and respawn with your gun, it would just become a spawn killing contest. Yeah, well that's what I was saying. You lose all ammo on death, so you wouldn't be able to shoot either way. You just still have your gun but no ammo. That was my idea, but you know, if I guess it would be, you know, if you lose your gun on death, it would be more reason to want to go back to the gun store. So in that sense, it's also, you know, beyond just buying ammo. If you lose your gun on death, like I prefer losing shit on death, but I know what is SC? You keep gear but lose all your consumables ammo. Well, this isn't an extraction shooter. I don't know what Tarkov. I haven't played. I just know Tarkov is an extraction shooter, right? This is like a RP game. I don't know if that would even work. Star Citizen. I see. I mean, like the thing is, right, that the moment I go too difficult, people shit on the game for it, right? The moment it's too easy, people shit on the game. So there has to be like a balance. I always like it way more hardcore, way more punishing. I always like losing shit on death. You know, taking way too much damage, so like deadly gunfights. That's the stuff I like. Even though I suck at it, I like it. So when you die, you can keep them. Yeah, maybe that could be something. I mean, what isn't like GTA 5 has like car insurance as well or something? Like we could work in with that. Yeah, lose items. Let's say there's no promise made. You just lose your shit when you die. Let's start hardcore, and then we'll see if that isn't fun. We'll introduce the ability to get stuff back somehow, or like insure or whatever. But we'll start the hardcore route of like death is final. You lose your shit. Specifically, like your guns. You know, you keep your friggin' properties, obviously, but you lose your guns. But do we do sort of like, okay, like we could go with this sort of slot action bar, because I would imagine, okay, in like traditional games, you might have access to your entire inventory, your entire like array of weapons all at once. So like in GTA 5, you have the action wheel, and then you can switch between every conceivable gun in the entire game. But I prefer it a bit more when you have like the bag system. So in here, you'd have extra slots, not like puzzle bag system, but just like you have this many number of slots and it like auto sorts it for you. And then if you want to switch, you have to like open up the bag to switch out the weapons in your slot bar. So like you could keep some guns in here or whatever, or like sodas. You'd have a backpack or something. Like the last, well, the idea is basically to be preventing people from having like insane loadouts all the time. So like, okay, let's say you end up in a freaking gunfight and this guy switched between bazooka, flamethrower, minigun, a flare, grenade. He just switches between it all like instantly. He's a freaking no-lifer, you know? But instead, if you want to switch now, it's like you have only so many slots in your hotbar, and then you have to switch to your bag, which introduces a delay and makes you vulnerable in order to then switch to the weapons you want to use. But this would also introduce, you know, the fact that you can carry way more stuff. It's just that you can't always switch between everything all at once. So there's a bit more of a delay in case you end up in a deadly PvP fight or whatever. What do we think about that? Like, I don't think that's boring, because I think it still can allow you to do like all kinds of crazy shit. Like, you could put down a C4, you could switch to something else, you could like do all these crazy stuff, right? I think it makes sense. Just add ender chests. Yeah. No, but it's like my thinking goes, okay, you're out in the middle of nowhere, and then you can switch to freaking bazooka because you didn't, I don't know. But your bag also has limited slots, so you can't bring like a freaking entire military arsenal. You have to be like, okay, I'm only gonna bring these things. Like maybe the bag has an extra 8 slots or whatever. You know? Maybe the bag only has an extra 8 slots and these don't count, so then you have like 16 or whatever. Or maybe it has an extra 12 slots or something. Any thoughts on that, Brew-Eye? Or caveman crafting? Or Megadigga? The bag plus... Yeah, but that's what I don't want. I don't want the Resident Evil system where you have to like puzzle inventory manage your system. That's what I don't like. Like, I know it's like a fun mini game in and of itself to be puzzling your freaking inventory, but it's not really the direction I want to go. I think just items occupying a number of slots, or having a weight or whatever, you know, either it's weight or slots, just not like a rigid shape, you know. It's not like the shotgun is going to take up this, you know, so it's like an L-shaped Tetris. I don't think that's interesting to me. Or just like raw weight is more what I'm thinking. Yeah, I mean, well, in that case, it's probably better to make it take just weight. Like you'd probably, because the thing is, okay, so imagine you have like slot, and then, you know, a gun. Well, the gun would overlap like this, right? Because it takes up 2 slots. So you'd really want to have like a weight. Whereas in a single line grid, it doesn't matter. Hello, notification. Yeah, in a single line hotbar, it doesn't matter that they take up more than 1 slot. But in a looping grid system, it would, so that you wouldn't have that. You just have a list of weights, and then it would be like, you know, it'd be like this rather. So it's like, here you have a gun, here you have this, here you have this, and this is like 2 slots, 1 slot, or whatever. Add naked penguins kissing, and then this would be 3 slots, and then from there you'd piece together sort of your, you know, you'd scroll through the bag and it would be like this sort of, and you'd be like, okay, I need 3 slots here, so I'd remove these 2 items, and then still creating the game. Yes, I'm still creating the game. It is, after all, my job. I think if I was not creating the game, I would be doing the wrong thing. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So, still working, huh? Yeah. So we'll have to override some of the behavior. I'm gonna see here. In the store's master object, we have the weapon store camera. I don't know how I transfer into the buy clothes interactable. So I'm gonna see a bit how I implemented this shit. I think fog should have no height fog. Chat, hello. Boo Bin be like, I'm the streamer now. Hello, chat. Chat. Three to four gun slots and 4 to 6 item slots. That could also work. Yeah, we don't have to do the... We don't have to do the slot system. I guess the idea, but again, that, you know, it's irrelevant, isn't it? You know, whether or not you're carrying a shotgun or a pistol, because they already come with their sort of pros and cons on their own, so... Not really a point in having the slots. Well, in that case, I mean, we could reuse the entire Penguin... Like, we could reuse for the... Like, Penguin Heist has, you know... like this. Right? A number of, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's how Penguin Heist does it. But we could do like a UI trick. Do it like that. And then, you know, not have it written out, but whatever. It would say, you know, something like guns or weapons or whatever. So you'd have so for example, like a melee weapon would count as a weapon. Right? So you'd have the melee weapon here. So it would be like a bat would be there. A gun. Maybe, I don't know, freaking C4 or something. Right? C4. And then here you'd have like a soda. Or you'd have a med kit. You know? Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's the thing, right? So we could start this off. If this is the default setting, right? We could say that you only have access to 2 slots and then 1 item slot to begin with. Or the reverse, right? You could have 1 or 2, you know, like you said. So you could have like this and then 2 items. Well, I was thinking maybe it's like you could upgrade your gun license or something. So gun license would allow you to wield more guns at once or whatever. Something like that. So could be. But then the bag would still work, right? So the bag would still be a thing. And then the bag would just, instead of being like this system for showing just a list, it would be more like a list of you either look at your items or your well, the thing with the items is that they could be like a soda that gives you sprint. They could be like something silly like a radio. They could be like I think Penguin Heist has a couple of items that are sort of non-weapons. If we just look at like the prefabs here. So like Penguin Eyes has the beach drink, there's the clown horn, the drone might be an item and not a weapon, for example. Maybe something like the Maki roll, which is a healing item, the laxatives, you know, sort of sillier items like the rubber duck you can throw and it squeaks. The camera that you can use to take photos could be like an item. The spy glass, which allows you to zoom in from a distance. They could be like tagged item and be available to use there without having like a weapon license. So you could just own items no matter what. And maybe some stuff like blowtorch, which you could cause damage with. Like the blowtorch might count as an item because it's like so ineffective unless you get up close range, right? Then the blowtorch might be an item as well and not a weapon per se. Yeah, well, so the thing with like if you do it like simply as I was describing here, this is just tied to your keys, right? So if we make like a general, this is an item category, then it's like a catch-all for all items. And maybe that's enough. Like you could go into the details and be like, yeah, there's healing items, toys, whatever. But again, it's like, are there enough of those items to even warrant those different categories? Or does that end up feeling like incomplete systems? If we just do a catch-all, like, these are items. And if you're gonna go into like a serious gunfight, then maybe don't fill up those items with rubber duckies. But if you're just a silly, goofy guy, well, then you can have rubber ducks or whatever in your item slots. Because again, the game is not just a game about yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, what items would I even add to warrant that, right? So like, okay, here's a med kit, it heals you this much. Then there's a big med kit, heals you that much. Then there's a big med kit, it heals you that much. And it's like this infinite progression ladder. And it's like, I don't really know if that's interesting to me. And I've already covered like a couple different bases with my healing items. Like I have the med kit, which takes time to heal you, but heals you basically completely. I have the sushi roll, which you can eat instant heal, but doesn't heal you so much. I have the chili, which is an instant heal, also heals you more than the sushi, but doesn't have as many uses as the sushi. And then there's like the toad you can lick, and then there's like a healing ball you can toss, and that's like 5 different items that heal you in 5 different ways. But at that point, what other ways are there to heal yourself that actually warrant making it its own category, sort of? That's what I'm not sure. And you can say, well, I could plan to add 20 different healing items, but then it's like, are these 20 different healing items even worth being 20 different discrete healing items? Or should I just have kept it simple and left it at, you know, the sort of basic, already functional healing system that I had before? I think keeping systems simple is like a good idea, and not getting too bogged down in like just making system after system after system. Because really, like, what makes the game fun is, in my opinion, when it comes to like a world sim game, is not the sort of amount of systems, but more so the interactivity of the world and the things to do in the world. So like, to me, it's more fun if if instead of having like different categories and slots and blah blah blah, which are all systems, you could have like, okay, in order to get access to these healing items, you have to take a first aid course in the hospital, and then you have access to them, and they act just the same as any other item, and they go into your item slot. Because there, that's, you know, what would a healing item slot add more in terms of like fun or interesting mechanic? Not much, but having like the underlying system of having to take like a first aid course, that's more interesting to me. Or like having to drive to the hospital to pick up more first aid kits because you used up all your first aid kits, or having to go to the gun store to buy more ammo. Like that's more immersive, more fun, as opposed to being like, you have to level up your ammo carry skill to carry more ammo or whatever. I don't know. That's just systems. To me, it's like I'm interested in the sort of immersiveness of the world itself. Sometimes the systems are needed to create immersion. So like the limited carry weight or whatever, I think is like an immersive system that puts a hindrance on the player, requires you to plan a bit more ahead and be more creative. But there is a limit when you start becoming a simulator like Arma as opposed to a game. Like I used to play a lot of GTA roleplay, and GTA roleplay did not give a shit about like realism or systems. It was literally just, here's a world. You can be a freaking homeless guy and you spawn in with a poop item in your hotbar and you can chuck it at people. And what do you do as a homeless guy? Well, nothing. You just sit around and beg. Like that's all you can do. And it was like the least systems focused game ever, and I had like insanely much fun in that game. So I think if I just do better than that, that's like already a good start. Which already this system of discriminating between like items and weapons is way more complicated than what Gary's mod has. And then having like the need for like a gun license, having the need for a driver's license, having discrete gun stores that aren't run by players, having discrete hospitals and stuff. So I think keeping it simple, but adding sort of some complexities in the way, some thresholds at certain points, probably good. Instead of being like, oh, we're gonna have the most advanced inventory system ever, we're gonna have the most advanced whatever. Whom are you supporting in India versus Pakistan? I haven't read into the situation, dude. I have no clue. I like ignoring geopolitics. Perhaps that is selfish of me, but I don't read into geopolitical situations. I prefer living in my bubble and making games. That's what I do. Well, that's the thing, Megadega. So that's why I could dive into these guns and action stuff. Like, I could dive into that endlessly, but at the end of the day, I'm not making a game that's just about being a criminal and shooting police and getting into gunfights. Like, that's not the game I'm making. I'm making a game that's about all kinds of things. No, I'm Swedish living in Iceland. I'm not from the US. Wait. Are there going to be penguins in the game? Yeah, hopefully. We'll see. Let's hope for it, huh? So the idea with servers, I mean, it's called Penguin Springs, and I even have the freaking Penguin Springs Hollywood sign up. The idea with servers is I'm gonna try to push it to the limit for like how many players you can have, but I'm not sure how many that's gonna be. But I'm hoping something, you know, 16 plus players. I don't know. We'll see. That's why we're gonna do some testing. But that becomes more relevant once we have like full NPC simulation, full like AI, road AI simulation. Because then we're dealing with some heavier sort of networking issues, right? I'm thinking here. Okay, well, let's just start devising some. I just want to see that the clothing store shit works. Because then after that, we're gonna basically hook into the store UI, like the gun store UI. And you're gonna buy weapons the same way you'd buy them in Penguin Heist, except weapons would show whether they were marked as like item or gun. Well, I guess we'd have to be more limited, wouldn't we? Because we wouldn't sell all the items in all the places. So like, I wouldn't imagine that Jerry wouldn't sell all the items in the entire world. You'd want to go to like Dr. Fish to buy the med kit. You'd want to go to some other penguin to buy some other weapon. Like maybe the black market guy would sell, I don't know, the firework you strap to your back, or the like suicide bomb or whatever. So you'd have different penguins selling different stuff. I don't know why, like, some penguins really take a long time to start walking, but that's whatever. You mean buying guns? I wonder here, is it the physics that's slowing things down? It's scripting. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, like the penguin village social map is being basically replaced by this. Like this is the social map. Like this is where all the thing is gonna happen. Like, what's it rendering here that's taking so much time? On record render. Add Pong reversal. Yeah, I'm gonna add Pong reversal. That's the idea. Huh. Neat. Oh, the leave button isn't hooked up to anything. Of course. We need to see what the leave does. Yeah, there's gonna be more of that coming later for sure. I think, yeah, it's right now we're just you know, hitting stuff with a sledgehammer, trying to see what works. Back there. Leave, close store. AC 130 kill streak, of course. I was gonna add that. Yeah, interactable, leave close. Reset. So reset all and then skip. Okay. Yeah, okay. I wonder though, like, like here it says repair start. Yeah, it's every single time we set position. Noon. That's a new one. I haven't seen that one before. Maybe what we should do is allow it to update position rotation and then assign the position rotation of the enemy to this one. So we do like speed. Max speed equals, I don't know, like I don't even know what move speed is. And like we reverse this. Like I don't know what sort of effect this is gonna have, but I'd imagine that that is what they want you to do as opposed to manually update the Yeah. They're floating. And I know why they're floating, because the freaking collision between them. They're ascending to the heavens. Yeah, silly. So this should be... We're gonna plan a heist. A penguin heist. Yeah, it's still ascending to the heavens. Ah, this is beautiful. Is the ground mask containing the enemy marine? default terrain, and aim block. This is like from a sci-fi movie or something. The day everyone started floating up into the sky. Still floating in the sky. I wonder, like this fella here. Wait. Oh, maybe we should just undo the shit we did to remove the nav mesh. I think that's what we need, but I'm not quite sure still. Like, it is layer default. It's supposed to be layer enemy. I don't know if that's synchronized across then, but we'll fix that. Physical skeleton should all be layer enemy. See now. Okay. They are moving now. They're just a bit, you know. A bit wacky. I just want to see. Yeah, now it's not updating the Like previously, we were using repair start and this was being called unnecessarily. Now it's not being called at all. But still the physics are running for them, which is something we could optimize. Oh no. Yeah, no, he is actually gone. That is true. You can stand up now. Ah. Oh shit, he died. Yeah, I think the Hey, this is any reason why you left? Well, Robert, you know, he works in mysterious ways. He will just up and leave for seemingly no reason, citing often his whatever, you know, well-being. He's like he just comes and goes. He says, I don't feel good in this server. And we're like, okay, Robert, you can go. And he says, I don't feel good here. We say, okay, Robert, you're free to go. No one's forcing you to be here. And then he leaves and he's like, leaving was the best choice I ever made. I don't know why I was ever around there. Hey, that fish, that other fish. What are people saying about me in the server? What are people saying since I've left? I don't know, Robert. You can just come in and check. Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel so much better having left the server. I need to tell you that. Fast forward 1 month. Hello, everyone. I'm back. Did you miss me? Rinse, repeat. Yeah, and he says every time, like, this time's the last time. I don't think I'm coming back anymore. I'll continue sending you the comic. Don't worry. He says that in my DMs, and he sends me some comic images, and I leave him on red. Ah! There's no avoidance on it. It's barge into each other. There's like zero avoidance. They're like they're like trucks. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I don't know what he's referencing. The row mark. Yeah, I think he got banned. Yeah, he did get banned. Like, I think his problem is the fact that he will take everything like to the nth degree. If you grab them, do they pull you along? Yeah, that's the change I did. So what I used to do, if you look at the profiler, or let me explain. Basically, I would have the position of the sort of nav mesh agent, so the AI part of them that's doing the navigation, wouldn't actually move on its own. It would sort of snap onto the position of the penguin and then say, hey, move this direction, move this direction. Then the penguin physically moves that direction, which would mean that, you know, if they collided with each other, they would actually stop in each other's paths. But I changed it up so I can run it in parallel, like I described somewhere. I was describing the parallelization of the pathing, but now it's running in parallel, so it's running way faster. But that also means that they're not really now I'm snapping the penguin's position to the position of the nav mesh agent, so the part of them that's doing the navigation is walking on its own and the penguin's just following along, as opposed to the opposite. So yes, if you grab onto them, they will pull you and not stop. They do not care. But that also means they won't get stuck. Or better or worse. But you see, like here, this was taking 0.4 milliseconds to run both of these things, or actually 0.5 milliseconds. So half a millisecond just to run this shit, like the pathfinding. Now it's taking 0 milliseconds. Like it's cut down, so it's nothing. Which is nice. Yeah, and he did the same thing. Like, you tell him, you know, Bro said once as a joke, like, if you get to wave 1000 in Pongy Survival in Penguin Heist, then you'll meet Ray Stevens. He's like, ooh, okay, I'm gonna meet Ray Stevens. And he does get to wave 1000, and he stays up and gets sleepless nights to get to 1000. And then he's like, I didn't meet Ray Stevens, must be a bug. And he did that like twice or 3 times or whatever, and then he got like upset over that. But we, you know, we're like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it again, it's not fixed, don't do it. And he does it again. And then with like gambling, he's like, he said he spent hours and hours just gambling in the Seal Club in Penguin Heist, and he says, I can't gamble anymore, it's not fun, I have an addiction, I can't gamble anymore, I don't think it's fun. It's like, Robert, don't gamble then. If it's not fun, then don't gamble. But he doesn't understand the concept of like stop. And he does the same thing with the Discord, right? He'll use it so much that he runs it into the ground. And then he gets upset over the fact that he does not derive joy from it anymore, which is, you know, to no one's surprise that there is no joy to be derived when when you play it that long. Or use it that much. Like he sees everything like a sponge and exhausts it, wrings it dry until there is no more liquid left to squeeze, and then he gets surprised that there is no more liquid left to squeeze. What if we made him a sponge? Yeah. But again, you know, that also is part of what makes him fun. So like his obsession with the sort of Penguin Robber universe and lore of the Penguin Heist series and stuff like that. I haven't had anyone ask me that in-depth lore questions as Robber. He will ask me down to every single detail about every single thing in Penguin Heist. And think about the repercussions of these things existing in the world. And I was like, I would never have thought about that, me personally. Like the implications of Pongus Soda existing, or the implication of a designer watch existing in the universe of Penguin Heist. But I think like that's fun. I think he's like 20 plus something. 20 maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's probably some form of autism or whatever, but he's fun, you know? As long as he's not attacking people, it's whatever. He's definitely neurotypical, yeah. I'm gonna see if I can add on the avoidance. Wait, do I need to tack it on here? Do you believe that Roper actually liked furry? Well, I think he's just very impressionable. I think, like, it sounds to me that he's quite open-minded. Like, as far as things go, he's quite open-minded. So I wouldn't believe that he does not. I would believe that he does not have a hate for them. I think he is the kind of guy who will change his mind if proven the opposite, which is a quality that I can appreciate. But getting him to hear or even read or even consider the opposite, that's the challenge. But once he actually comes in contact with it, he will quite easily change his mind. But if he holds an opinion, he will hold fast to it and carry it to his grave, unless he comes in contact with the opposite. But I think he genuinely has changed his mind, you know. But it's just, it takes a lot to get him to the point where he will change his mind. Not that he will argue back, but he just won't listen to begin with. Like, it can feel like you're arguing with a wall, but then all of a sudden the wall just falls apart, you know? You think there's no way I'm breaking through that wall, but then every single time, for some reason, the entire wall just crumbles, and it's like, oh, okay, well, I guess he changed his mind. Can we make group therapy in the server? Yeah. Led by Robert. I'll invite him back in and he can be the lead therapist. Wait. RVO simulator. Robert, yeah, it isn't that he has bad memory or whatever, because when I was talking to him in voice chat, I asked him a question that he didn't answer, and then 2 hours later he answered a question. Yeah, he has an amazing memory. He will bring up the most random quotes of things that is like, oh, I didn't even remember I ever said that. He's like, this one time, you said this one thing, and it's like this out of context quote, you said this, and I know you said this because I remembered it. What is your opinion on this? Are you gonna keep working on that? So like, you know, maybe one time I say as a joke, like, oh, haha, yeah, I'm gonna add the Hawk boss fight that you can kill to avenge the death of like, I'm speaking to Mega or whatever, and I say to Mega like, oh yeah, I'm gonna add a Hawk boss fight that you can kill in honor of a pigeon the pigeon wherever, and then he's like, he will bring that up repeatedly because he remembers that shit. That's probably a trauma response, not gonna lie. I have no idea, dude, but I think it's hard for me to speculate what specifically is a trauma response and what isn't. Yeah, don't say NGL reminds me of Robber. I want to see if they walk into each other still now. NGL might be. Well, as long as you're in the server, Rely, I think we'll be fine. Wait, I don't get it. Is the local avoidance what's shitting the bed? No. Mhm. I have to like scan it again, maybe? Could be. Like, why is the nav mesh? Like, it does get spawned. Oh, they're hot reload fields. Did they not recompile then? That would be stupid. Hey, let's see if they avoid each other now or not. Seems like they kind of do. Kind of based. So next stop after this, which I'm not going to do today on this stream, but basically what I want to do is, as long as these enemies are not in active combat, they're not going to be physics simulated at all. So they're just going to be playing animations, basically, is the idea. Which is basically going to cut down the physics to near zero. And at that point, yeah, for performance. So the thing is, all these penguins right now are all physically simulated with physical joints. There's one arm joint another arm joint. There's a leg joint, so that's 4 joints, and then there's the body joint, and then I think that's it. So that's at least 5 joints. I think it's actually 6 joints. 6, maybe even 7, but I think it's 5 or 6 joints simulated per penguin, which is 5 physical objects simulated per penguin, right? But 5 physical objects simulated is not that bad. You could have 5 or however many physical objects simulated. The problem is, and this is the key, and why it's so difficult to have like these many penguins, is that we're not just simulating like their positions, we're simulating their positions relative to each other. That's why, you know, we're using joints, right? So the performance hit we're taking is from the fact that when you're simulating, like, you know, crates or whatever, you could have just the crates and it's, you can run these simulations in parallel as long as they're not touching each other. It's fine. But then all of a sudden, say you chain these crates together, well, then you know that when one crate moves, the next crate moves, and the next crate moves, and it's this ripple simulation that just completely explodes in complexity when it comes to like how hard it is to simulate. And that's the case for all these penguins, right? But as long as they're just walking around and not being affected by any physical force, we don't need to simulate them physically. We don't even have to care the fact that they have joints. If we can just like make a walk animation that has a little bit of a waddle and a wobble to it, we can just play that walk animation. But then the moment that a single penguin comes in contact with them, then we can run the simulation and keep running it until they're sort of in the clear, right? But yeah, you can see he just keeps walking forever now. Can you add a cave? Why do you need a cave? What are you gonna do? Actually, scratch that. I don't want to hear what you want to do in the cave. Don't tell me about your cave plans. I don't need it. Hi there, mate. Hi, Joey. Joey, mate. Nice to meet you. Crikey. Ah! Okay. Could you add a washer dryer combo? Yeah, for sure. Not a problem. Samsung smart fridge? Yeah, I just can't do the Samsung brand, but of course I'll add a smart fridge. I think that's just what this game needs. You guys are bringing very good ideas. I'll add, maybe I add a cave, and inside that cave there's a washer dryer combo and a Samsung, Sam Newt smart fridge. I think that's like a really good idea. I'm on a highway to hell. Highway to hell. Certain highway to hell. With RGB? Yeah, you got it. Easy. Oh shit, no! Stop! Okay, whatever. Hey, yo. You guys imagine, realistic simulated tectonic plates? Yeah, I was thinking that, like tectonic drift and stuff like that, you know? Simulating each millimeter moved. At a real-time scale, of course. And make a pool in the cave that has ducks. Yeah, that's a great idea. Guys, imagine making out with your crush behind the Penguin Springs sign. Imagine that. Every penguin's dream, am I right? Penguin Springs, releasing 2030. Ah, Penguin Springs, home. Looking over this city, it makes me remember why I fell in love with it in the first place. All the grass and the sporadically placed lakes. Feels just like home. The town hall, the buildings, and the gun store, the seal club. Yeah, it's all home. A sprawling city, and of course the Penguin Springs sign overlooking the city. Iconic, truly. Guys, I'm gonna be the first penguin to do a stunt trick on my BMX bicycle off of the Penguin Springs sign. Huh. I don't know if that went as planned. Ah, the Great Penguin Springs Lake. I used to swim here as a child, and then we'd go and get ice cream over at the town hall. Of course, we'd have to look both ways when crossing the road. You don't want to get hit. Ah! I just need to see here what the profiler is saying. Yeah, I think it is. Physics update is a big chunk. Was your bike laced with tannerite? Yeah, I don't know. The bikes do explode. Sometimes for seemingly no reason. Yeah, if we can cut down on the physics simulation, that's going to be a big boost. The need for ghost bone is probably going to disappear as long as they're not. What you playing? I'm making, not playing. Every object to explode, including the penguins, of course. Yeah, I think if we can cut down on the physics and the ghost bone shit, we're gonna see some big boosts. But I don't know why the editor loop is taking so long. Make a cart right in the cave. At the end, put lava. Yeah, and then I'll put chicken, and then also Steve from Minecraft is waiting at the end. And he's gonna sing the Steve Minecraft Lava Chicken song. I can imagine that. That would be epic, guys. That would be so epic. I love Steve's Lava Chicken. Yep, I can get behind that. Great ideas from TikTok today. I think TikTok always has the best suggestions for what I should add to the game. It's always interesting takes like caves and lava and minecart rides and ducks in ponds. It's always the stuff that I never would think of myself, of course, which is nice. Yeah, okay. Gonna fix the weapon system. I'm gonna just do a leg stretcher. Then we're gonna start typing up the weapon buying system shit. So, be right back. Oh, okay. I'm back. Let's see. Is Talk to a Podcast canon in Penguin Springs? Yes, of course. Of course it is. Okay, so we have the class, I think it's weapon store. The gun store? Or there's class base store at least. Base shop. Yeah. Right, item shop is where. So I don't know if we have the item shop here, if I just disabled it. Okay, I do have it. Hmm. Did you ever play Club Penguin? Yeah, I have the cave game in this game. Like the minecart game is in this game. And there are a couple other Club Penguin references. I don't remember which one else I included, but there are a couple. But the cave cart game is in this game. Quantum tunneling? Yeah, it's already in the game, actually, yeah. Okay, so you'd interact with that to start the weapon shop. And then we need to, I guess, not for the player themselves, but locally you'd have authority over what items you have, right? And that would exist on, do the can you add X comments annoy you? Nah, I mean, there was a point where they were like starting to annoy me, but at this point it's just, I get them all the time, so I just try to poke fun at it as opposed to get upset over it. You know, you realize at some point that people are gonna write what they're gonna write, and the only thing you can control in that moment is your reaction to it, as opposed to stopping them from typing it in the first place, right? So I just try to have fun with it, and poke fun back. And many people who are typing, can you add X? Like, I think it the only time when it would be slightly upsetting is you get these people who join the stream, say, hey, can you add my name to the game or something? Or can you add a penguin with my name? Then it's like, why do you want me to add a penguin with your name? And their response would be, I just want it. And they, first of all, they don't even know what game this is. They haven't seen the game. They're just asking to be put into the game because of some weird fascination of being in some random game they've never played. Then I think it's a bit silly. It's like, why? But it's like, it's whatever. It's usually kids who do that anyway. It's no one you should take seriously in the first place. So but like, if someone's been around in the community for a long time and they're like, oh yeah, could you add this thing? Then it's like, oh well, you've been around in the community for a long time. I know who you are, you know who I am. You know, we had a little bit of a rapport. Like, sure, you know, I can do that for you because we know each other at this point, you know. Even if we don't know each other by name, you know, you've showed up to the streams on a regular basis or whatever. And it's like, yeah, I don't mind that. But that's fair. Anyways, can you add a penguin with my name? Yeah, you got it, dude. Got it. But if some random shows up and it's like, I've never seen you before, you've never seen me before, you don't even know what game I'm making, then it's kind of weird. I think yours is the only one I felt welcomed in. Well, that's good and maybe bad, but mostly good, I think. Yeah, no, but it's, I don't know. I don't care about people asking for things. Like, I think it's fun when people get like invested enough to want to leave their mark. Like, I think that's cool. And that's why I would only, you know, adding freaking Robber to the Penguin game, like Detective Penguin. The only reason I did that is, you know, it's not just as like a favor. It's just like, you know, he's freaking invested in the game. So I think the least I could do is, you know, add him in or you know, whatever. And I don't care if he, you know, wants to or not. At that point, is like, I just want to do it. And like with Megadega's art, you know, is also awesome, fits in the game. Yeah, and that's the thing I care the most about. I'm not gonna add some random shit for no reason. I wanna weave it into the narrative somehow. Brawai is already in Detective Penguin. He is featured as a furry, pushing a director to their death, potentially, if you pick that route. Oh, to Penguinized? Yeah. Yeah, I need to add you to the Nile. My Sir Penguin plush. Is that the one you have as a profile picture? Is that the Sir Penguin one? Yeah, yeah, I think that's definitely the reason. Not because I've been like doing other things. It's specifically because I know that you've been trying to put as little time as possible into the game by speedrunning it, which I feel is a disgrace to the legacy of the game. That's why you're trying to teach people how to speedrun it past the refund limit. Yeah, there are a lot of references to the community. I don't know. I think speedrunners should be executed. Yeah. Wait, speedrunners should be executed, and then you respond, I agree. Are you agreeing with yourself? Did you mean to like log into your alternate account or something? Trying to shift the discourse. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. A lot of people saying this Crystal dude is saying things that are making a lot of sense. Okay, so I was thinking here, we can just add a create empty. And this is going to be sort of the player inventory or whatever, right? Because this is going to be like a singleton. Every single player is going to be responsible for their own local inventory and then pass that as data to the server. So this, like, what would the inventory consist of? Well, it would be items and guns that you own. Maybe the quantity of, like, would you be able to own multiple of the same gun? I guess you would. Assuming you lose shit on death. you know, why not be able to carry multiple guns and then be able to drop those guns? Yeah, you could also like buy 4 guns and drop them to your friends or whatever. Like that could be something. So sure. Um, but then we'll call it the inventory manager. Yeah, I've heard people say that too, bro. I think that there's a lot of people saying stuff like Crystal doesn't know how to spell crystal. Oh, shit. My phone fell. Okay, inventory manager. So since all the items in the game correspond to an item ID, yeah, why is it tagged like that? I think it's tagged like that because that was like a suggested tag for chill. I have an idea of maybe buying guns is kept after death, but you can rent guns and they disappear after. Renting would be cheaper than buying. Yeah, but I think like the benefit, like, you know, okay, think about GTA 5, right? You go into the gun store, you buy a gun, and then you buy another gun, and then you buy another gun, and eventually you bought every single gun. You never have to go back to the gun store ever. That gun store is now literally a pointless building that you never have to visit ever again. For no reason. To me, that doesn't feel immersive. It doesn't feel fun. I think there is fun to be had in the sort of the routine need to visit a building. Oh, yeah, that's a great idea, bro. I'll earn a lot of money from that, actually. But, like, that makes sense, though, right? I don't know. Does anyone else find it sad when you've to buy ammo? Yeah. I guess to buy ammo, you'd want to go back. You're all for losing items on death. Yeah, and that's also like, you don't have to be the person who goes around and puts your life at risk all the time. More interaction with the game world, keep you playing for longer, I think. Yeah. So it's like there is the moment you have a gun, you feel like the stakes are all of a sudden much higher now. Just owning and holding a gun, you've raised the stakes. There is a 24-hour ban for dying in GTA RP. Is it seriously like that? Because that is absolutely insane. Is it actually? Dude, that is so silly. What the frick? That is so silly. Yeah, I'd revenge kill when I get back on the after the 24 hours, dude. I go back and revenge kill. RDM. That's what they used to say in GTA RP. RDM, random deathmatch. So you'd have a dictionary of an integer, which is representative of a weapon ID. Not all servers, yeah. Yeah, no, but that seems like an ass game mechanic, if I'm gonna be real with you. Because you could die for any reason. Like, the worst thing that can happen is you get killed by an ass randomly, and then you have to wait 24 hours to get back on. And then you get killed by an ass randomly again. Imagine that. It's like, well, tough luck. That's not how it works in real life. When you die, you die. In real life, you are dead. So that's why we can't have you back on the roleplay server. Yeah. I don't know. That's roleplay taken too far for me, dude. I can't. It's like, I think the fun for me with roleplay is that it encourages more focused play styles. That's where the fun in roleplay is. But when you're just acting out, play pretend scenarios to like some insane level of realism, it just stops being fun and it becomes about, you know, I don't know what anymore. It's just silly. So I guess the inventory would really just be like consisting of items. Yeah. And that becomes a bit sort of like, what are you guys even up to at this point? Are you even playing a game anymore, or are you... I don't know, it kind of feels a bit... I get the same vibe from many people who play Dungeons and Dragons, which is also like they're now just telling a story collaboratively as opposed to even playing a game anymore. And it's like, sure, I guess, but what happened to the actual underlying game of like stats and character building and spells and shit? Now you're just telling a story, huh? Like, it's RP plus game mechanics. That's the sweet spot for me. Otherwise, you might as well just go write a book or whatever. I don't know. What I used to do in Gary's mod when I played this one roleplay server was I'd always run for mayor, because when you were mayor, you'd get paid pretty well just by passive pay, and of course you wanted money to buy a car. but you get paid pretty well, and you also got to like set rules, global like laws in the server. So I would set laws like if you jaywalk, then you can get shot on sight. You have to crouch when you walk over crosswalks, otherwise you will get arrested and fined for disturbing the peace. And the police, of course, they loved me. The police loved having me as mayor, because I would just give them all the opportunities to be like the most asshole police officers ever. So the police would always vote for me. Everyone else basically hated me, but I would typically become mayor there, and I just make these arbitrary, insane laws about what you could and couldn't do, and it was very fun. But again, that plays into the sort of like game mechanics that already exist, and it's fun, you know? It's silly. And yeah, I played like Arma, well, Altis Life or Chernarus Life, I think is the Arma 2 one, right? Cherna Life or whatever it's called. I played those, and I played Gmod RP. But of course, the issue with Arma roleplay is that it's so freaking empty and desolate. There's no life. It's sad to play that because the world is way too big for what it is. But people still play it somehow. I don't know. And like World of Warcraft RP, I kind of like, because also, you know, it's like you're playing a game, you're still doing dungeons, you're still doing raids, you're still out there leveling, but there's a backdrop of people trying to take their characters a bit more seriously. So there's like play pretend in between or whatever, but it's not like, it doesn't get in the way of playing the actual game, which is what I always want to do. I want to play the game. I want to use the mechanics available and have fun with them. So we have the inventory. Okay, so should inventory basically just be a list of the items you own and the amount of items? Oh yeah, Skibidicus. Dale and Dawson? What is Dale and Dawson? Is that sort of like Among Us type game, but like in an office? Courtesy of Skibidicus. Yeah, that was actually peak roleplay for sure. It's office roleplay game? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think we need anything else in the inventory besides that. I'm gonna look. I think because I have the Detective Penguin save system. Oh, okay. So no one dies, I guess, or what? You need drugs? Like in the inventory, drugs. Yeah, I guess I need to add drugs. But I think I can easily add that later when I'm expanding on the inventory. You get fired if you're voted out and then you have a chance to come back as a janitor. Okay, so there is voting and stuff as well. But it's a social deduction game, I think they call those, right? Social deduction. Well, I guess we could do equals auto. Oh, thank you. See you later, Crystal. Remember to take your meds. Yeah, you got it. Save file. List to dict to list, yeah. Wait, what? String bool pair. Oh. Right. That would be down there. There. That's loaded. Hey. Okay. And then we need to return the inventory. Go. Public void. Or not void. Public. So I guess you'd spawn in with no inventory and then you'd send your inventory stats to the server, which would then initialize your player based on those inventory stats. But the inventory would also reflect the current held items, I guess. And the item manager would reflect the current state of those held items. So then we could do it, you know, sort of Penguin Heist style, like it's of course, I don't know. No, Penguin Heist does support empty unused slots. We could just set them as empty if they are, you know, unused. They'll have that little stop sign on them for now. We could replace that with something else. Yeah, because then we could maintain the item manager behavior, which would get initialized by the new state of the inventory. So when you change your inventory state, you send that as a message to the server, like, hey, this is my new loadout. And the server's like, you got it, and updates the loadout. I think that makes the most sense. That would also be sent reliably as an RPC. And we'd only ever send that when we need to, because otherwise, you know, if you pick up money on the street, the server doesn't need to know about that unless you're trying to spend the money. In which case, maybe it doesn't even need to know it then. You know, you could do as much as possible just locally. We don't care about people cheating, because if they cheat, you know, they're losers. Sucks to be them. But that's not the responsibility of the server to battle cheaters. The host can kick them, however, but like, we're not doing a server authoritative delivery of goods. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna do another leg stretcher and then I'll be back. Oh, I'm back. Yeah, I'm sitting so much. I don't know. I might need to invest in a new chair, I think. Can't stand sitting so long. Okay, get inventory, and I think, yeah, we're gonna have the the loadout as well. But the loadout can be... thanks for welcoming me back, Austin. The loadout would be actually a not a list, but an array, right? So it's a int loadout equals new int 8. I think that would automatically get serialized. I have a sitting standing desk. I do. I just need a better chair. The chair itself sucks, but I do change between sitting and standing. It's just sometimes I feel like I have to actually physically move my legs around a bit. Even when standing like that's also like just moving up and down, sitting, standing is not enough for me usually. Like I'm used to walking around, you know, 10K plus steps per day. There was a time when I was walking 20K steps every single day. Like I walk a lot, so. And if I'm not walking, I'm on my bike. I just like moving around. And I feel like I just get like withdrawals when I'm sitting or standing by a desk all day. Like before I was streaming, I used to work. I'd bring my laptop out to cafes and just go there, and I'd sort of hop from cafe to cafe. So like practically all of Penguin Heist was like half of my work done on Penguin Heist was done in cafes basically. I was not working from home. First year working on Penguin Heist, I was working inside my tiny student apartment, which I mean my living situation for my office was basically like if this is a student apartment, you know, I had like a kitchen here and then a door here which led out into this other hallway which had like a little there, and then there's like, you know, toilet, shower, whatever. You know, we call this toilet. And then there was this big dividing wall to divide up the space. And it was basically like this. So this was like a closet. And then these are doors, sliding doors specifically. And then, well, this wall was wider, really. I don't know how to capture that. I think maybe it was more like this then. You know? Yeah, because the doors would slide onto here, right? They'd slide onto the center wall. So they'd be blocking here. And then my desk was basically this. Desk. And then I had the bed here. And then this is a closet or whatever. So I was crammed. My chair was crammed, you know, crammed right between the freaking bed and this table. Like I couldn't roll my chair back. I had to do freaking acrobatics to get out of my desk. And here I had a couch. And then here I had a TV. So I had to climb over my couch, slide open the door to get into my desk. And then I was squeezed in between the bed and the desk. That was my living situation for a year, which also made me not want to work in my desk, even though I had a desktop. I was like, I don't want to work there. So I pick up my laptop and I go out and work in cafes, and then that sort of stuck with me. I just liked the routine of going out to cafes, and I was just working like that for a year plus. And then eventually I got into the idea of streaming because, you know, streaming was like interesting, and then I started doing that, and then since then I've basically been not at cafes because going to a cafe is not as attractive anymore because that means I cannot stream. But yeah. That's the situation. That was the situation, I should say. But yeah, during that time, you know, I'd get up 7 in the morning, whatever, hop on my bike, go have my first cup of coffee at one cafe, work for however long, and then I'd hop on my bike, go to maybe another cafe, or I'd go to the university, the library, and work there. Well, do you feel like streaming has made working more fun or interesting? Yeah, so the thing is, when you're working solo, not in an office environment, you don't end up speaking to anyone. Oh, I'm glad you like Penguin's Mike Nike. You don't end up speaking to anyone except, you know, your friends or whatever, but you're not able to like you don't have an outlet for the work, so it becomes like a weird dynamic that you always have an outlet for your work when you're working any other job. Because you can speak to your coworkers, but I don't have any coworkers besides that fish. But when we're talking, we're more talking about what are we doing next. We're not sitting down for a chat, like decompressing, talking about like, oh yeah, this happened. But here I can just do it, you know. And even if no one's here, I can just feel like I'm speaking, and I don't care if anyone's listening because I can just speak out and speak my mind and not feel like a maniac. Not socially acceptable to speak to yourself, but it is socially acceptable to speak to yourself if you are streaming. Life hack. But also, you know, I mean, I'm able to do like a bit more community stuff. I'm able to feel a bit more okay about taking breaks, because taking a break also means like engaging with the community. Like if I take a break to watch like Discord videos, or I play a game, you know, I'm still streaming, I'm still on here. But that can also be a double-edged sword, right? You know, you might feel a bit too inclined to take breaks because you're like, well, I'm streaming, so I'm always working. It doesn't matter if I'm spending my entire day playing games instead. But at the same time, I feel like I'm also being held more accountable for like actually putting in work. I think if I go a full week without getting anything done and it's all being streamed, I'd feel a bit bad about it, as opposed to if I went an entire week and got nothing done, but no one was even there to see the fact that I got nothing done. I'd be like, whatever, it doesn't matter to me. A bit different. I like being able to say like, oh yeah, I got this done, or I got this done. So let's see here. We have the class item manager. Yeah, and that's I mean, that's what I always have to almost remind other people too of, which is there are a lot of people who show up that ask me like, oh, why don't you stream during weekends? Why don't you stream then and there? But it's like, I stream while I work. That's what I do. And then sometimes I have fun with the stream, but generally I'm you know, this is just my job that I'm streaming. I stream as a benefit of my job. I don't stream as a benefit of becoming a streamer. Yeah, exactly, Austin. So I think that can be, you know, it becomes isolating, but it's not like I never felt lonely. Like that was never an issue for me, but at the same time, I felt like I was missing something. where my other friends or whatever can have this sort of coworker banter or whatever. I don't have any of that at all. And I remember, I remember working Subway, being in the back office while we were waiting for customers, just shooting the shit. Was like, that was kind of fun, and I was kind of starting to miss that. Which is also like going to cafes was kind of helping with that, because you're sitting in an environment with other people as opposed to being cooped up in your house with literally no one to talk to. That was also a bit different. Yeah. It's like, I don't know, I feel like it's nice to not feel like I never have to look at the view numbers and be like, oh shit, I only have 2 viewers. And I was a bit more concerned with it at the start, because I was like, what's the point of streaming if there's only 2 people watching? But I think after, a week of streaming, I was like, it doesn't matter, because I can just yap and yap. It doesn't, whatever. Yeah, I think, and that's what I felt like with the cafes. It didn't matter if I was speaking to anyone. It felt like I was getting energy from just sitting in an environment that was like a bit busier than a sterile, silent, besides the music I was listening to, home office. But streaming is definitely a good thing. And especially also, I like throwing out ideas and getting like feedback, even if the feedback's shit sometimes. That doesn't matter to me. I think here we should do like when you're playing this. Hey, we're trying. Yeah. No, I'm saying when you ask the average TikToker, they're the ones with the bad feedback. I'm like, oh, what should I add? And they're like, you should add AK-47. One second, I'm getting a phone call here. Yeah, I have to leave in like 5 minutes or so. But I think we need like some sort of global, I think game manager could probably do it. So we can do game manager. Yeah, it's always, they're the ones who give the is penguin springs. That's true. They're the ones who give the bottom of the barrel suggestions. I agree with you, YouTube viewer. But there have been a couple of TikTok converts that have been good members of the Twitch community. So I'm not gonna entirely write off the TikTok community, but so here, if game manager.is penguin springs, so this we don't want to do, right? I think that's the thing. So if not, but now technically we should. Hello, Cosmin Barbuda. The YouTube viewer, yeah. Took longer to type than Austin. There, and then we can do RPC, which gets sent to all, from all, to input authority or state authority. Or update loadout. Wait, is controller loadout? Wait, okay, so um we can do this instead. But I guess you can send an in. I don't know if you can send that over an RPC like a normal int. Does it have to be over a struct? Probably, yeah. One second. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be going now. I'll say goodbye to you all. And we'll see. I might not see you tomorrow. Possible I won't be on. We will see. Undetermined. So I will see you all tomorrow. Anyway, maybe.